Hi, Lucas. And Milad. It's going good. Bonku. Bonku Senpai. Bonku Senpai. Yombongji's Maiwa. Bonku Senpai. Yombongji's Waiwa. Yombongji's Waiwa. Bruno. Come on now, Bruno. That's a ridiculous thing to say. Sometimes people are not very nice. This channel is about enlightenment. What's your life about? Why do you care what anonymous people think? My granddad has the same name as me and they call him Big Bob. Well, I don't know if anybody calls it that, but anyway, my granddad's one of those old people, old white people in America that watches Fox News. And my granddad, he has a lot of problems with his heart, a lot of health issues. He's an older man, you can imagine. And I was thinking about those people that make my granddad feel so angry and confused? Those people on Fox News. And I was thinking to say to my granddad, do you actually know these people? And the answer, of course, is no. So why are we going around and taking advice and listening to commentary and hearing people push their garbage, people that we don't know, people that we don't have anything to do with? Charlie Kirk is the Martin Luther King Jr. for American white people in 2025. No, I'm not left wing or right wing. Thank you, Mustang Mike. Don't forget to leave and like us, like and subscribe, and put some W's in the chat. Ideas are powerful. Hey, Alan, keep it kind. I was listening to a Dharma teacher. I was listening to a former Buddhist monk. I was listening to a Buddhist master, you can say, just before, earlier. And he said, if you live in this society, if you endorse this mindset where we can celebrate that someone's been killed because we don't agree with what they had to say, well, guess what? If someone doesn't agree with you, then it's okay to kill you. So that kind of mentality and principle just doesn't work out. That's why it's very important that we know how to cultivate thinking or cull thinking. We know how to step back from thinking. We know how to stop thinking. You see what I'm saying? I mean, most people here don't know about Buddhism or enlightenment. If you're here, if you're even someone who's here, are you interested in enlightenment? Are you interested in Buddhism? Yeah. So it's a lot of different strokes for different folks, and so on and so on, and Scooby Dooby Dooby. Different strokes for different folks. Not everybody's the same kind of way. Not everyone has the same kind of people's perspectives. Well, celebrating his life and celebrating his death are also problematic because, in terms of personal opinion, many people have the personal opinion that he was a shit stain, that he was a really bad kind of person. And a lot of the things that he said, a lot of the things that he said were really backwards and weird. Not somebody you'd want teaching your kids in school. You know, for a lot of people, they feel that way. Well, if you want to spend your life being depressed, then you can cultivate depression. Don't tell me that I've got a problem when you're not willing to look at the problem that you have within yourself. We've got to know how to live together. We've got to know how to be together. You know what we have to know how to do? Be sincere, be genuine, be compassionate, and be wise. If you want to have a society, you're going to have people in it that are leaders, that are compassionate and wise. Someone just called me a freak. How maybe you're the freak. You know what I mean? So if we just go around name calling, we're not going to get a lot of work done today. Surrender, we Jeremiah Nagada da da in a certain way, Pavan, but Stoicism is not like the gold standard for Enlightenment philosophy. It'd be more Buddhist adjacent. The first step to becoming enlightened is not thinking. So if you're willing to not think, then you're willing to take a step towards enlightenment. If you're willing to think about not thinking, then you are willing to actually connect with enlightenment, right? A very big important thing here, Gen X explains, is to know that we don't know. When you don't know that you don't know, you will act and live very foolish and very stupidly. There's a lot of problems coming through this live stream. There's a lot of garbage that's coming through my brain when I do these live streams. And that means that it's a good filter. It's a good conductor of filtering out bullshit and garbage. Do you know what we come back to in a Buddhist perspective and in enlightenment direction is no thinking. Big ups, Bhagwans. Big ups, Bhagwans, for the W's in the chat. Leave a like if you haven't already. Don't focus on how your life is right now, Nico. Focus on the opportunity to breathe right now. How much worse would your life be if someone came up to you and didn't let you breathe? Someone came up to you and didn't let you breathe. Someone came up to you and didn't let you breathe. And that's very easy to do. It's very easy to come up to you and at least try to prevent you from breathing. So appreciate your breathing, enjoy your breathing, value your breathing instead of thinking about how shitty your life is. You can breathe, can't you? Hey, mate, bloke, you better put another Foster's on your Barbie if you think you're going to talk to me that way. So appreciate that, Nico. Really appreciate that breath. Ethan, you're new here, so you're having a new time, a new experience. I've got no idea what you're talking about, Brad. You sound crazy as all hell to me. You sound like a crazy lunatic to me, Brad. Look what we got here, everybody. We got a little bit of a special thing here. Is that supposed to be a good thing or a bad thing, Aguapa, Agua? Look what we got here, everybody. You're one to talk, aren't you? Going around and judging people, Agua. So what? There's probably life on my ass too. I'm not going to write a book about it. Listen, we're not going to be able to communicate about nothing if we can't bring our thoughts down to zero, or at least relax our thoughts, relax our greed, our anger, our confusion about thoughts. This live stream is not here for you to become more egoic. This live stream is here for you to become less egoic. Remember, Algra, you're a guest here. No one's forcing you to be in this live stream. You're going to get me cursing and yelling and freaking out. And we've only been live for 15 minutes. Why are people like this? Why won't people leave me alone? Why won't people let me teach the way I want to teach? Why won't people get it straight what they're doing? It's your choice to be here. Oi, 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 very, very, very. I don't think that Charlie Kirk, the memory of Charlie Kirk thing is going to be is going to take root too much because when it comes down to it, he was really a kind of divisive political Republican conservative commentator. And the teaching here is the engagement. I mean, people are pretending that Charlie Kirk is like a Martin Luther King Jr. figure, but Charlie Kirk is like a political elite propagandist for conservatives and for Republicans. So um, I mean, I'm not saying that person deserved to die, but he wasn't a civil rights leader. He was a conservative talking head to get people to vote Republican. People who don't know about me, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You know, look what we got here, everybody. Let's take a sip. Let's try this out. Let's try this out. Is this tea or is this a bowl of my feces? Right? It's okay to be conservative. I think when it comes down to it, when we start talking about enlightenment and wisdom and compassion, conservatives and liberals are equally uninformed and wrong. I wish it was peyote. I wouldn't mind some peyote right now. But it's actually a rich and luxurious tea. Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody, because this is the only Buddhist live stream on YouTube Live right now. I am the only man who was a Buddhist monk for 7 years and is now a spiritual nomad, a spiritual digital nomad who teaches enlightenment on YouTube live stream. Let's get big W's in the chat for that, everybody. Can you feel the energy? I guess people can. Can the people here feel the energy? Can you feel the energy from my mind? Can you feel the energy from my mind? It's a part of the teaching, Alexi. I'm gonna indulge with my foot up your ass if you don't watch that mouth. Can you feel the energy through the screen? I was telling this to some young people earlier. It's a big part of my life, Phileas. Shit and piss are a big part of my life. There's nothing about being gay here, Cody. Come on. This ain't middle school. People are coming here and trying to be my middle school bullies because I'm wearing this. Yes, I'm serious. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, City. I'm probably one of the most serious people you've ever met in your life. Concerned with Buddhism and stuff like that. You don't have to say sure you were because this is my YouTube channel. So you can just go look at my YouTube channel and you can see years of videos of me being a Buddhist monk. A long time. Kundalini is just getting worked up about being deeply in your mind. Yeah, it's a curiosity, Alexi, so we're gonna have to be patient and look deeply at it. Observe, absorb, absolve. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Come on, everybody, let's get some big W's in the chat. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You can see that on my YouTube channel. You're already on my YouTube channel, so you can just go back, click on the link, and look at my channel. You're already on my channel. Can you feel my energy? Can you feel my energy? Can you feel my energy? This is experimental Buddhism, all right? People are asking me what this is. This is experimental Buddhism. Can you feel my energy? Okay, breathe and relax. Sometimes the knots can actually be points of deepening relaxation and awareness. the knot can actually be quite enjoyable and pleasant and freeing. I'm sitting this way right now and not talking because of how lovely and wonderful the body feels just to be sitting here. Let go of the thought of Charlie Kirk. Let go of thoughts about Charlie Kirk. Let go of thoughts about this live stream. Let go of thoughts about what is seen. Let go of thoughts about what is felt in the body and go into the feeling itself. Allow the feeling itself. Crack out the nut of the body, mind, being aware. Access meditation. Access awareness. Instead of thinking about things, Nico, access awareness. Be aware with me. Sit in awareness with me. Instead of focusing and fixating on random people's constant comments, questions, and nonsense, turn the mind away around into awareness. Relax. Enjoy. To go from a goofy to an OG, to go from a bot to a real player in the game, to go from the audience to the stadium, to become a gladiator. Of depth. You are not in control here. You are not the director. You are not the producer. You are not the commentator. You are not the position holder. You are the watcher. You are the spectator. You are the follower. You are the listener. You are no one. You are not in control here. Your like is irrelevant here. Your dislike is irrelevant here. Shut up and leave. Get out. Get out. Get out. Welcome, Carla. Would you like to introduce yourself a little bit? Sadly, that's not an option. That would be a great option to have, but the only option is for subscribers. So it gives people a chance to subscribe. Um, but most people are not going to be interested in what's going on here. The trolls are also a part of the practice here. Um, as much as it's important to like experience how genuine people can be, it's also important to hear to experience how disingenuous people can be. Um, the same with like intelligence or our ideas of intelligence and stupidity. The same with how good people can be and how bad people can be, etc. So the highest way of dealing with that is through detachment, not through needing to block or needing to remove. So the teaching here is a teaching on detachment. And this may not be something that we've ever heard about in our life. It's actually a very rich word, a rich teaching. Yeah, we'll talk about that. Nico, do you have time to call in right now? Call in through WhatsApp? Okay, call on in. Hello? I'm gonna close the window so I can hear you a little bit better. So can you introduce yourself a little bit, Nico?
My name is Nico. I'm 24. I have a cat. My cat's name is Lemon Jenny. She's 5.
Okay. And what do you do in your life?
Right now, I kind of don't do very much because I'm kind of depressed. but I play music sometimes, and I can draw. Like I'm good at drawing, but I have a lot of trouble doing it. I don't know why. So I kind of don't do very much these days.
Well, I'm glad that you called.
Yeah, I feel like I'm in a really long nightmare.
A really what?
I like a really long nightmare.
Tell me about where you live.
I live in like a desert. It's actually plains, but it's an arid region, and it's like a small city, and I live in a neighborhood with lots of meth and
Okay.
okay.
Who do you live with? You live alone or?
Yeah, I live alone. I live in like a back house. It was a shed, but they refurbished it into like a mini. It's like a 400 square foot house.
How can you afford that?
I can't. No, I'm just kidding. I barely. I used to have a job where I'm actually pretty good at work. I'm actually a really hard worker. So I was making good money, but I got fired because they made a new rule that we weren't allowed to eat unless they told us we could eat. But they didn't tell me I could eat for like 7.5 hours. And then I went ahead and I was eating. And they were like, you have to listen to me. And I was like, this is bullshit. And then I got fired. So now I'm trying to get a new job. I usually had kitchen jobs and I usually have to work a lot because kitchen jobs don't pay very well.
So what's there to be depressed about?
Well, I have a, I don't know, I have really deep self hatred, like super deep, super deep rooted. And so I get really lethargic because it uses up a lot of my energy. And then I'm in this really tumultuous, really kind of toxic relationship. It's like on and off, and we just fight. We don't do anything else. But I keep going to try to make it better. And I don't know why I do that. So
If somebody was poking you with a stick, would you try to make it better in some way? Or would you just walk away from the stick that's poking you?
I have a lot of trouble doing that. Even in that job, like I'll stay at a job until it's like unbearable and then I finally lose it and then I get fired. But like there's a lot of times where I feel like I should walk away because I'm not getting treated like a person, but just stay. But I don't know why I stay at this relationship. I think it just, I feel like they have to care about me if we both keep staying. I don't know. It's because I can't tell if they, I don't know.
Well, how do you think they would deal with me?
They probably would like you. They would. I showed them a couple of the videos, the live streams, but honestly, they're even more tumultuous than me. Like, I'd spend time trying to like detach and stuff, but I don't think they see any real value in that. I think they just see value in like charging ahead and continuing on with trying to make a change happen, I
Well,
guess.
it sounds like you both have cancer, but the first problem, the number one most important thing is the cancer that you have inside of yourself. All right? Nothing else matters besides the cancer that you have inside of yourself. That's the most important. So you need to be more willing to look at that cancer and to feel that cancer. You have to
I feel
instead of indulging in this self-hatred mentality, belief system, thinking system, you have to be willing to feel what's going on, what's happening inside the body now.
I feel like it's gross in there. I feel like it's
Yes.
super nasty.
Yes, so you have to look very closely at that. Very closely at that grossness, at that ugliness, at that disgustingness. You have to really breathe into that with your attention.
I think, yeah, I
There's
think it's
another element. There's another element to it. So face that freakiness. There's another element to it. See, the moment I start to talk Dharma, people leave. Just FYI. That's why we're not always getting into it this way. But the other aspect of this, right, is what if you were, do you love children? Do you like children?
yeah,
Okay,
kids.
me too, me too. Now, if there was a baby one, if there was a precious one, a vulnerable one nearby you, how would you take care of them? What kind of standards would you set for the way that people would interact or the way that you would talk? Would you support the kind of self-hate mentality for that precious one? No way, right? Okay. So there's a precious one named you, named Nico, but you didn't remember that. You didn't realize that. And you allowed that mentality and that way of thinking to go on. Now,
I feel like when I was a kid, I was already like that, though.
no, 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 no. Listen, this is the other element, right? If you have a precious one, if you have a baby one, right? And you are responsible for them, and your abusive or toxic boyfriend comes over and wants to argue with that child, what are you going to do? Are you going to have a conversation about it? Are you going to invite them in to sit down and talk it out with that child, that precious one? Or are you going to say, no, no, there's no option, there's no discussion, there's no, well, let me figure it out, let me hear your view about it. Because your responsibility is to protect that dear one, that child.
You know what I feel like they're also like a little kid at that point, and then I'm just being mean to them. That's why we're in this like cycle.
You cannot, I mean, what about the children in Gaza? Are you being mean to them because you're not going to Gaza? No, that's a ridiculous idea. You can't wipe everyone's ass. So you have to be able to set up boundaries and say no way Jose for a little bit, or no way Ching Chong, or no way white man, or no way black man, or whatever it is. Just no way. Just step back, just let go, just detach. Because if you don't have space within yourself or around yourself, you're not going to have the space to give to that person to help them.
That's true. I am just getting more mean.
Well, that's toxic. That's poison. You're going to lose yourself in that. You're going to teach that baby one. It's like there's always a child with us that's learning from us in every moment. And so we're teaching that child our way of being. So you're going to be teaching that child to be more and more mean. You have to pump the brakes. You have to forgive that. You have to transform that. You have to go inward to do that work that has yet to be done. And it's a joyous work. It's a precious work.
Is it like gardening?
Yeah. Yeah. It's a being with, right? Being with the garden of the body and mind inside that has nothing to do with the objective world or the stories of the world. It's not related to that. And it's very profound and mystical and wonderful and interesting. And it's not about any story of anyone. And once we can get through all these stories of ourselves and others, these stories of anyone, we can really start to work in that soil of the mind, the ground of the mind, as it is right now. And that's yeah, there's no end to the depth of that. There's no end to the depth of that. It's like
Something for that?
you want to memorize something for that?
Do you? Or do you just freestyle? Like, do you do a meditation that you memorize? Or do you just imagine what your insides look like?
Well, it's a way of intentionally looking and being willing to be with. So that looking inside is immediate, spontaneous, direct, experiential. And then the exercises in that willingness to be with that, to breathe with that, to sit with that, to lay with that.
Yeah, I keep having this sensation that I was an adult as a kid already.
Well,
And
yeah,
I'm like really backward. Like, I keep
listen,
have this delusion of like a inherently evil being. Like deep.
yeah. Oh, I've been there. I'm more evil than most people. I'm probably one of the most evil people in this live stream. But the duality or the black and white or the up and down, the pain and the pleasure does not define the looking. So the more that you are willing to look, you can see past thoughts. Thoughts are a very shallow and convoluted and confusing and non-practical way of viewing this. Your mind is one of the sense fields, let's say, but it's a sense field that's become polluted and confused. And it's polluting all the other sense fields that you have. So the Buddha taught us to train in the way of seeing without thinking about what is seen, hearing without thinking about what is heard, experiencing thought without thinking about what is thought. So this is also to prioritize the looking or the experiencing inside over the thinking about what is being seen or what is being experienced. To continue that being with, that seeing with, that hearing with, not thinking. So it's something that you relax into or open out into, or something that you give out, and you stay in that way of giving out. You experience that as it is, not defined by the thoughts that come up again. It doesn't matter what thoughts come up again. And so this is the way of the remembering, remembering awareness. And then we start to set boundaries. We start to set guidelines and say, no way, Jose. I don't eat at McDonald's because McDonald's tastes like shit. Not because McDonald's is good or bad, or because I've got this responsibility to the American dream or to the workers at McDonald's, or because that gives me a good bowel movement or anything. No, it's just McDonald's tastes like shit, so I'm not going to go eat there. And that's it. There's no justifying it. There's no thinking about it. There's no figuring it out. There's no managing it. You see? And these are the kind of guidelines and boundaries we begin to draw. Not because of morality or philosophy or theosophy or global responsibility or anything, or some relationship idea that we have, but that tastes like shit and I'm enjoying my peace right now. Period. I'm enjoying my freedom right now. Period. I'm healthy and wealthy right now. Period. And I don't need to go over there and do that. If something is going to interfere with that state of allowing, then you can allow that non-interference. You can allow that non-action. You just don't respond. You just don't get involved.
Okay.
All right. Good to hear from you today, Nico. And I still need to look around and find that temple, some other temples for you to visit, okay?
Okay.
Anything else, Nico?
Do you really believe in tele, tele, um, telepathicness?
It's just not necessary. So it's like, for me, I'm a selfish person, right? So for me, being at peace within myself right now and enjoying that peace or opening to that peace is more important to me than even if God exists or not. I don't even care. Honestly, that's how selfish I am. I don't even care if God exists or not, or if there are aliens, or if someone's gonna come in and if the gang stalkers are out there watching me and they're sending, they're using psychic weapons and et cetera, et cetera. I don't care because my peace here and now is more important than that. And that allows me to feed my peace instead of feeding my complex thinking about things and places and people and situations, etc. Okay? You understand that?
Yeah.
All right. Enjoy your peace.
Thank you.
Bye, dear. Thank you for calling.
Bye.
Let's get some big W's in the chat for Nico, everybody. In a pinch is a nice question. Big W's in the chat for Nico, everybody. Nico calling in, friend of the show, friend of the community. Big W's. Okay, we have a question from In a Pinch. How do I feel about Vedanta, Advaita Vedanta? There's real and there's fake Vedanta, or Advaita Vedanta, or Neo Advaita Vedanta. And there's degrees of skillfulness that people have in terms of sharing Vedanta. So it can be useful, but it can be unuseful as well. Oy. It can be more stupid, it can be less stupid. There's also there's conditional realization or conditional enlightenment or conditional Advaita Vedanta, and then there's unconditional Advaita Vedanta or unconditional enlightenment or unconditional realization. And so basically what we're working with here is a spectrum. And really, people who are interested in Advaita Vedanta or non-duality, they're just people who are interested in the wisdom or the compassion side, the realization side of Buddhism, Hinduism, whatever it is. So any point where you get myopic or you get a pinhole vision, it's going to lead you more towards a conditional enlightenment or a conditional realization or a conditional awareness. And when you get closer to unconditional realization, that's better. Um, and it gets to a very fine, subtle kind of experience and situation where we're talking about teachers, students, where we choose to put our money, um, what we choose to do from one moment to the next. I don't think Jim's probably not going to be awake, and but we can kind of try to call Jim. Yeah, but you're not Sri Ramakrishna. Would anyone else like to call in um, to ask their question or to share anything? You can't fake any of this. You can't fake this stuff. And you can't understand it. It can't be understood. It's not about understanding. So, teachers who are teaching in a way that you can understand are deceiving. That's like the myth of the spiritual teacher. Alexi, call in on WhatsApp. I'll give you my WhatsApp number and you can call in. In a pinch, you're not very experienced with this stuff. Good. This is a good teaching. That's great. Yeah, like I said, you cannot understand this. You cannot understand these teachings. And so if you have a teacher like Thich Nhat Hanh or Ajahn Brahm, they're very powerful, very well read. They're not trying to teach you this. They're trying to facilitate a lot of things, such as the development of loving kindness, the development of compassion, the energy of mindfulness. But most people who are in the field of non-duality or Dzogchen or enlightenment or Buddhism, they're more or less interested in those teachers. But what they really want is that non-dual insight, that wisdom, that enlightenment kind of deal. And you cannot get that. You cannot understand that. You cannot realize that. So these masters like Thich Nhat Hanh and Ajahn Brahm, they're skillful to get you, unbeknownst to you, to get you out of your own way. Nothing to do. What's your deal, man? Are you trying to get me to block you or what's the deal? Nothing to do. All right, I'm gonna put the phone number there, Alexi. I'm looking forward to hearing your call, hearing your voice. Buddhist call-in show. Buddhist call-in show. Bugumbada. Buddhist call-in show. Bugumbada. Jimjambari. Bugumbada. Jimjambari. Jimjambari. Okay, that's enough. That's enough. Okay, that's enough. Quiet down. Quiet down. Quiet down. You don't need to talk to be here. You don't even need to think to be here. You don't need to talk to be here. You don't even need to think to be here. You don't need to talk to be here. That's what I'm saying to you. Talk to be here. That's what I'm saying to you. Don't say that to me. I'm saying you don't think if you're going to be here. Don't say that to me. I'm saying you don't think if you're going to be here. Say that to me. I'm saying you don't think if you're going to be I'm not thinking. You don't think if you're going to I'm not. I'm thinking maybe as little as possible. All right, who do we have here?
Hi, good time of day. Feel free to call me Alex. I'm a little bit newer, so I don't know really your name, but I did find you years ago on Reddit originally.
Proceed.
Is my voice coming through okay?
Yeah.
Thank you so much for sharing different teachings and wisdom today. And I apologize on behalf of the chat for being unruly.
Well, I'm glad to have you here.
It's my great pleasure. Thank you so much for giving me this time and opportunity to speak with you.
Let me just increase the light volume, because when I was looking at the YouTube live stream to put my phone number there, I noticed that the resolution didn't have enough light. So we're going to increase the light a little bit by opening up the curtain. Well, go ahead. You throw the first pitch and we'll go from there.
Well, I guess I've been incredibly connected to different Buddhist teachings since about 2019. I had a very difficult marriage from 2018 onwards that had me sort of examine the spiritual nature of life, and all the Buddhist perspective spoke to me. However, sort of Dzogchen was the view and the specific teachers that really spoke to me. In particular, Chogyal Namkhai Norbo Rinpoche, Lama Lina Rinpoche, and unfortunately my practice is not incredibly regular at all. I just haven't been able to reorganize my life yet towards priorities. I have fallen in the past a lot of times towards escapism using cannabis as my substance, but I have currently on another 2-week-long break to try to rebuild my life and live the way I wish to. I'm not sure if I have something specific to ask, other than maybe how does one in your position maybe differentiate between these different paths? I have found personally I really enjoy the perspective of Vajrayana, and Dzogchen specifically, but I haven't found a single Buddhist teachings that I have had a problem with or wouldn't consider precious and sacred.
Yeah. Well, it's really just a matter of getting more involved. Uh, the weakest woman, the weakest child who began to arm wrestle with me regularly would get better at arm wrestling. And I'd probably get better at arm wrestling too, in that particular case, in that sense. So it's not about our intellectual agreements with different doctrines or concepts or belief structures. It's a matter of our willingness to get involved. And in the highest path, the willingness to get involved with uninvolvement, right? To get involved with being concerned with realizing awareness. This is Dharma. This is what people don't want to hear. And the, I mean, I'm coming from America. So I didn't grow up in Tibetan Buddhism. I didn't grow up in any kind of Buddhism. I grew up in nothingism, nihilism, and eternalism, you know, American greed. And so this is modern Dharma. And this is to be concerned with trust me, if I could possibly be concerned with something else, I would get concerned with that. It's just that there's no hope for me now but to be concerned with enlightenment and to be concerned with the highest paths of the Buddhism tradition. We're
Absolutely, I feel personally a big calling towards this. However, my life circumstances are very much defined by sort of statuses and money. I was born in Moscow, Russia, but I've been living in America for over 13 years. Having come here at 17, now I'm 30. And currently just been waiting for a green card for a number of years because of an abusive marriage, and finances are rough because I wasn't able to finish my education because that marriage derailed my student status right in the middle of it back in like 2017. But these are all worldly concerns, but having sort of really thought about things and really having gained perspective, it's hard to gain the sort of motivation to continue the previous paths, to create the previous plans, sort of where I get a good job, earn enough money to create a good living for myself and my family. None of them are suffering, but none of them are close to me. I mean, all of them are suffering, but not in a like a debilitating manner.
there is a pristine quality to allowing. So allow that allowing. Allow to feel the way that it is. Allow it to be the way that it is. That's what meditation is. It's not just that practice or that focus or getting into these states, but it's in allowing for this to be the way that it actually is, to be the way that it already is, totally and completely. That's the wisdom element to meditation, that you allow your life to fall apart into instantaneous suchness or isness or thisness. Because that's the way that life actually is. That's the doorway, the glimpse into the isness of thisness, of thusness. So you kind of have to, a lot of people, they have to give themselves a chance to allow their lives to be as shitty as they are, and then to allow the letting go of these preconceived notions about good and bad and right and wrong and this direction and that direction. But first you have to allow the shittiness, because there's some kind of idea that's been implanted into you by reptilians that says your life isn't supposed to be shitty. You're supposed to have a good life and a good situation. And that's disconnecting you from life. Life is shittiness. So you have to disregard the reptilians that implanted the microchips into your brains that made you think that life is supposed to be good or to be a particular way. And you have to accept the shittiness of your life. You have to allow your life to be as shitty as it is. This body is disgusting. And this body is doomed to failure. Imagine if you were buying the new iPhone. I'm imagining it. And when you were there at the counter, they said, all right, look, we'll give you this iPhone and it's going to be, it's expensive, but it can break at any moment. It's guaranteed to break at any moment. And when it does break, it's going to start rotting and festering and become, worms are going to go into it, and it's going to dissolve into a pile of, electronics and basically melt. Is that something that you would want to buy? Is that something that you would trade your wealth and your finances towards? No. So this body is that. And this story that the mind is perpetuating itself on relies on this body, the lie of this body, the lie of the iPhone. And that is the truth of the iPhone. They just don't tell you that in the same way that it's the truth of the body. And that's what we have to go through. That's what we have to experience through. That's how we go beyond duality. We say, I'm not going to buy it. I'm not going to buy the body. I'm not going to buy the mind. That is detachment. I'm not going to buy. Or I'm unwilling to buy. Or I'm willing to not buy. That is to detach. That is to forgive. That is to give out. That is to bless. That is to renounce. That is to abandon. That is to press the refresh and restart button.
Thank you. I had a question about the emotion of resentment. It's often hard to sort of just be aware of it and let it dissipate, because it happens to me just out of nowhere. I rely on like working as taxi. I do Uber and Lyft in San Francisco Bay Area, and just seeing sort of people living the life that I once wished to live, and often myself being treated as a sort of like a servant to them. That like they wish there wasn't even in the car. They probably wish it was just a Waymo, one of these automated cars that don't even have a driver anymore. I just feel a big resentment.
Right.
I'm looking for a better job, but I'm just in a big financial sinkhole, so I have to
Right.
keep grinding, and
Right.
I feel like create an opening for myself to.
If you took a scalpel, do you know what a scalpel is?
Yes.
If you took a scalpel and you cut open from your neck down to your belly button and you opened up your skin, do you think that you would like what you see?
I am not particularly attached to this life, but the people.
Listen to what I'm saying to you. Do you think, hey,
I'm sorry, I'm listening.
no, is the answer. You would not like to see your organs and your body spread open and opened out, etc. So, in the same way, although those people wear silver chains and have the newest iPhone and maybe wear fancy clothes, high thread count clothes, as I would like to, as I dream to do, okay? If you cut open their body, or if you cut open their mind, what you see is shit, man. Inside yourself and outside as well. So, what this comes down to is a fear of missing out. But what you're really fearing on missing out of is shit, is suffering.
My parents are just in Moscow. The original dream was for me to become a programmer, sort of, and earn enough money to buy a house so we could live together on this side of the planet. But I barely lived with them for 13 years, and I did not know this feeling feels like it's important, just family and wishing to kind of fulfill some familial duty.
Listen. There is a part of yourself that is not going to get what you want, period. You know what I want? I want the brand new iPhone. I want a 1 kilogram silver Cuban chain. And I want, let's just say $1 million. Now, listen, man, you and what you want are different. You is not based in a story, just like your body is not based in a story. Your organs aren't based in a story. Just like we know that doctors didn't create hearts, doctors didn't create livers, doctors didn't create the brain. That's why they have to cut it up and destroy it to learn about it. So this body is not based in a story, but your desires are based in a story. What is the cause of suffering in Buddhism? What is the cause of the shittiness of life in Buddhism? According to the Buddha, desire, wanting, seeking, chasing.
Isn't ignorance and even sort of another level that underpins both avert and
Listen, it does not matter what you understand. Your understanding is not going to help you with anything. It's like thinking that your understanding is going to help you buy the new iPhone. It's not. You're going to have to use money to do that. It's like thinking that your understanding is going to cure your stomach ache or your cancer. It's not. That is a meme, that is a myth, right? The myth that Mark Zuckerberg and Elon Musk and Donald Trump are leaders of the world because of their understanding. No, they're in that position because of ununderstandable cause and effect. You simply need to have faith in the reality of cause and effect. You do not need to try to understand cause and effect. It is not your position. It is not your responsibility. It is not realistic for you to understand cause and effect. You cannot understand cause and effect. That is one of the primary teachings here in the monk life meditation community from Sensei Dr. Rob. You cannot understand cause and effect. You cannot be the understander. You cannot be the figure outer. Only the Buddha knows cause and effect in that way. So Western people, white-faced people, are oftentimes in the position of trying to colonize the wisdom of the Buddha, trying to appropriate the mind of the Buddha. You are not the Buddha. You are not in charge of Buddhism. It's not your job to understand the teachings of Buddha. The only person who can understand the teachings of Buddha is the Buddha or the Buddha's associates. So you have to detach or go into samaya. Detach from understanding through samaya. Why do you think great Tibetan Buddhist masters and monks teaching on the intrinsic diamond face of the primordial mind don't just let you walk in the door and start asking them questions? Because you are attached to your understanding. You're so attached to the notion that you can understand that you can't receive the pointing out instructions on the original mind or the nature of your mind. So they give you samaya. They give you practice instructions to do 10,000 prostrations, to recite the name of the Buddha, to listen to Dharma teachings, to make offerings, to make donations, to light butter lamps, to study and recite and go through these kind of programs and things like that. So recognizing your unwillingness to be on the path can maybe help you to get through a part of your own, to cut off a part of your own rotten ego that pretends that you're seriously interested in Buddhism.
If I may just say one thing, but there has not been higher desire or wish in my life but to be a sort of follow in your footsteps, but maybe more in Tibetan tradition.
Listen, big guy.
Sort of.
Listen, big guy. It doesn't matter what you want. What you want is the problem. Your desire is the problem. Your desire is the cause of suffering. Your desire to be on the path in a similar way that I'm on the path is why you're not. You have to go down to get down to the bones of the matter, to expose your bones to the oxygen of reality. Your parents might be dead. Are they with you? Can you see them? Can you hear them? Can you smell them? They might be dead. This is a matter of life and death. This isn't a matter of idealism, of how we would like for life to be. You are going to die, and you may die at any moment, and your parents may already be dead. Anyone here who has loved ones, unless your loved ones are in front of you in the way that you are in front of yourself, your loved ones are practically dead. Because the definition of your loved ones is that they've been born. So there's only one option left for them, that their death, their demise, their ending. You don't know. I understand you're driving Uber, you're trying to pay your bills, but you cannot pay the bill of birth and death through money. You cannot pay the bill of truth through thinking. You cannot see your nature or see the reality of your situation that you're actually in through thinking. Don't think and listen. Those are your Samaya instructions for now, my dear brother.
Thank you so much.
E maho, e maho, e maho. I'm not thinking. Oh, you again, huh? I'm thinking maybe as little as possible. All right. All right, who do we have here?
Hi, good time of
Enough. All right. Let's get you out of here, Dub Gamer. Get microchipped by the Buddha. Allow the Buddha to implant microchips into your brain. People don't want to believe it, but this is the real deal. And it's not about believing or not believing. Let's get some big W's in the chat for our friend, the brothers Kazmarov from Russia, whatever that guy's name is. Good kid, good guy. I'm powerful. I am more powerful than most of the spiritual people, Buddhist people that you're going to encounter in your life. That's the way that it is. Why? Because I've sacrificed more than they've sacrificed. Because I've detached more than they've detached. Because I've abandoned more than they've abandoned. Because my real life experiences concerned with Buddhism, non-duality, enlightenment, far outweigh their experiences. And if those people who dare to go against me, and they should dare not to do that, if they really were strong, they would come here and they would face me. But they cannot, because they are not strong. Because they cannot detach. Because they cannot forgive, because they cannot abandon. Shame on them. Shame on their weakness and their arrogance. Those false Buddhists, those pretenders. I am very likely the most spiritually developed person on the YouTube live stream right now. I am most assuredly the most experienced Buddhist practitioner on the live stream of YouTube right now. Oh, I was just going to say that we've received no donations today, but we have received a donation from Brother Milad. Thank you, Brother Milad, for your kind donation. And I hope that there's many more donations to come during this live stream today. Milad made a donation through PayPal. That's why you can't see it on the YouTube. I'm here to help. I'm here to make sure that everything is going okay with you in your life. Not not because I'm some kind of idealistic being that's always staring at the wall and meditating and saying, how can I help the world? But because I'm awake, I'm aware, I have nowhere to go, I have nothing to do, I don't have any great desire or great fear, and I am natural to be wise and compassionate. So of course, want to make sure that you're okay, and if you need something, you can let me know. And I'm here to help. And that's a sentiment that I think all of us should be ready to be in. This kid, Mark, is a real confused kid. Hey, Mark.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on, brother?
I was just gonna ask you a couple questions, if that's okay.
Are you going to be respectful?
I've always been respectful.
Hold on. All right, lunatic, what is your advice for dealing with gossip and backbiting in the workplace? So kind of imagine something. You know, have you ever heard how they do like guided meditations and you imagine your spirit animal and it's like you're a penguin in a cave and you're peaceful and happy or something like that? So imagine like this, lunatic. Imagine that your head is literally full of shit. And imagine that your coworkers' heads are literally full of shit. Now, if you were a god or you were like an awareness or an observer watching interactions of gossip and backbiting between these, monkeys that had heads full of shit, would it really seem that consequential or that important? So you have to kind of notice how much bullshit your thoughts are, or how kind of indistinguishable between bullshit and your thoughts that it is. In the same way of the coworkers and the other people. Because if you just think that their thoughts are bullshit, you've still got a problem. If you just think that your thoughts are bullshit, you've still got a problem. If you can see that the thoughts of everyone around you is just bullshit, you can put that down. So be aware of those thoughts, be aware of gossip, be aware of backbiting, and use a mantra. This is just shit. Or this is just the suffering. The suffering of me, if I attach to those thoughts, the suffering of others, if they attach to those thoughts. This is just the suffering that the Buddha talked about, the first noble truth. This is suffering. Life is suffering. Life is shit. So let it be that way. And so the respect here, Mark, is that you are a guest in this monastery. You are a guest in this teaching hall. You are choosing to be here. You are choosing to come to a place where these teachings are being shared. And this teaching is about this, what this teaching is about is up to me because I'm the teacher. You see what I'm saying? And so your commentary or your position or your thoughts about the teaching, that's your own problem. That's not about the other people here and it's not about me because I'm the, let's say, like the university professor, because I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. You weren't a Buddhist monk for 7 years, right? I've attended many intensive meditation retreats all over the world. You haven't attended many intensive meditation retreats all over the world. This is my YouTube channel where I teach. This isn't your YouTube channel where you teach, right? And so you are here as a guest in a hall of teaching. You're not an invited guest in my house while I'm like just sifting through my shit in the toilet. You are someone who's coming into the teaching hall where there are many people. It's not just about you or what you think. So you have to have a sense not just of respect, but also a sense of contextual awareness about what this is and what this isn't. Otherwise, you're just going to be confusing yourself and you're going to be confusing every other people as well unnecessarily, and you're going to be wasting my time.
Not trying to waste your time.
All right, brother, what's your question?
All right. So I think I can see you say that you had a mental health issue, and then you went into being a Buddhist monk, and then you spent 7 years doing that. Yeah. Hello.
Just continue. We're not going to play the game where you make a statement and then you get me to agree to it and then you go into questioning. I will kick your ass, Mark. What don't you understand about I will kick your ass? I will whoop your booty. I will spank you in front of everybody. What don't you understand about that? This isn't, I'm not lost in the woke new world mind virus. In my classroom, you start to speak up, you start to play motherfucking games. I will bring you up to the front of the class. I will pull down your trousers and I will spank your bare ass in front of this community. Do you understand that? Now you shut that mouth and you get out of here. People think this is a motherfucking game. I am not your average bullshitter. I'm not a punk. I'm not a pansy. I will whoop your ass. And I don't need anger or greed or delusions to do it. You got the wrong idea about me. And that's that. And it's a clean slate. Game over. That's why they call me the real power man. That's why they call me Dr. Rob. That's why they call me the Advaita Vedanta GSP. That's why they call me the John Jones of Buddhism. I am not fucking around. This is not a place for you to play around with your ego, for you to be right. You have no right to be right here. This is not about having an audience. This is not about developing this meditation center. This is not about people's opinions. This is not about not being about anything, even. Beware, beware, beware. Don't worry about that guy. I know who this guy is. He's a bad actor. And the funny thing is, actually, it's not very dangerous because there's no way to try and replicate this. It would be very, very difficult to try and appropriate this position. Nigh impossible. This is what an individuated human being looks like. And I don't give a fuck what judgments you have about that. You want to put me in a cage? You want to put me into a world of labels? I'm going to put you into a world of mindfulness and detachment, you punk bitch. What's wrong with being a female dog? What's wrong with being a punk? I thought punks were cool. I had a dog named Lucy, a beagle, a bitch. It was a great dog. I loved Lucy. I loved my bitch. And thank you. Thank you for your trust and your support. Sometimes receiving donations can be very humbling. And maybe people here also feel a sense of that. Do some people feel humbled by my degree of generosity? You know, I don't mind that if we have high or low people here, because high and low people can be equally problematic. You know what I mean? It's like there's some side of myself. It's probably the conflict-oriented side of myself that would like to see some professional Buddhists come in here and try to make it clear that I'm not a good teacher or not a real practitioner, etc., a real understander. Um, but those people can be as greedy, as angry, as delusional. People who are well read, or maybe they've had experiences, maybe they've been on meditation retreats. Um, but those people can be just as confused as people who have basically no experience in meditation and Buddhism and spirituality. And that's one of the elements here that's interesting because, so like if I don't know how many people at different times we have, um, because there's people here right now who are participating in this as if they were sitting on the ground in front of me, like sitting down here and listening to this talk and like just being here and looking right at me, right? There are people who are participating in that way in this live stream, but I can't hear them and I can't feel their energy that way, right? If I could, I would be a lot more humbled. I don't even know what that means, but I would be in a state of like maybe more of a shift in reverence, because that's a lot of generosity. That's a lot of presence being shared, being given. That's a lot of practical self-sacrifice. So this whole thing would take a different tonality. But we don't have that. I don't have that experience, even though those people are here. So it's a very high bar for karmic affinity for people to be here and to listen and to practice with me in this way. You've really got to have some karmic affinity in that. And we should all aspire to be here in that way, right? In a way of listening deeply and in a way of sharing deeply. That's why I can get frustrated, or that sense of frustration can arise because people share in such a disingenuous or such a shallow way, and it's such an opportunity to share deeply. Alberto Guevara, will you shut your fucking mouth and get out of here, please? You don't see me showing up to your house and telling you what to do. Get out of here. I identify with awareness more than I identify with being someone. And I guess I really like the idea of being more enlightened than other people, because that's such a ridiculous idea, or partly because that's such a ridiculous idea. I like the idea of being more enlightened than other people, partly because of how ridiculous that idea is. And I think that what we need in the world is a lot more ideas that are transparently ridiculous. And remember, the Buddha wasn't a Buddhist. And most Buddhists do not follow Buddha, just like most Christians don't follow Christ. Most people are in a state of die-hard stupidity. In the sense that I want something, I also don't want that thing. Because it's just another problem, it's just another burden, it's just another attachment point. Now, there's some wiggle room there for practicalness or skillfulness. Like if I had a gold and silver chain, a silver Cuban link chain, well, silver doesn't tarnish, and I could always wear it on my neck, and that'd be really cool. That'd be really fine, not such a burden. But actually, any attachment point to a thing is just another burden, is just another problem, is just another obfuscation of the access to what is already. Do I want that silver chain? Yes, I do. Do I want the newest iPhone? Yes, I do. So what? Do I think that? Yes, I do. So what? So So what? Physical yoga is basically pointless. You know, is Clarissa Tracy going to buy me the new iPhone? This is the kind of intimacy that allows us to see through self-interest, to laugh at someone like me, Clarissa. If you've ever laughed at me, I want you to admit it in the chat. If you, well, don't get into the semantics of it. Laughter concerned with me, laughter concerned with this. If I've ever made you laugh, you've ruined it, Clarissa. If you've ever laughed together with me, admit it. It's okay. So that wanting, that degree of wanting that we have, that's at the root of our suffering, it's like false food that fills up our stomach. And then so the stomach creates all this stomach acid to digest all this food that's not really there. You have to digest the digesting of not only how much you want, how much the world wants. not just your suffering, but the suffering of the world. And to be willing to be there with that suffering, with that acid, with that burning. That's what makes you a bodhisattva. That's what makes you someone who's willing to help others in a way that has nothing to do with their desires, has nothing to do with their beliefs, has nothing to do with their supposed identity. We're back on the pot. Let's get some big W's in the chat because Dr. Rob is back on the positive side of the algorithm. We are at almost 80 viewers right now. We are at almost 100 likes in less than an hour and a half. Let's get some big W's in the chat for non-dual Buddhist absurdism. Let's get some big W's in the chat for the I show speed of non-duality. He's back, baby. We're back on the positive side of the algorithm. Apparently it's because I try to look into these things. It's like consistency of streaming, and then they put you into the algorithm. It's wonderful. That degree of discovery is fantastic. So we can reach a lot of people, and we've got a big responsibility to show up here and to give and to offer and to go outside, go beyond our limits. Disingenuous communists, go home. Disingenuous communists, go home. Disingenuous communists. I've got very little tolerance for disingenuous communists. Very, very little tolerance for disingenuous communists. You want to be a communist, go to China. You want to be a communist, come here to Vietnam, marry a Vietnamese wife, get a Vietnamese passport, become a Vietnamese dual citizen, renounce your American citizenship, and then you can apply to be a part of the Communist Party of Vietnam, and then you can get a communist passport. Then you'll be a real communist. They actually have communist passports in Vietnam, like communist ID cards. I'd love to do that. Live your belief. Be the change that you want to see. You go on whining, you go on commenting, you go on liking and disliking, you go on protesting about how things should be different. Be the difference. Do not try to intimidate me. Do not try to intimidate me in this live stream. Do not try it. Yeah, there's too much individualism. There's too much fake individualism. People aren't, listen, are you willing to listen deeply? Are you willing to share deeply? I am. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Come on, everybody. Let's get a round of applause for Dr. Rob, who was born in the year of 1993, January 20th. He went through that suffering. He went through that schizophrenia. He went through those paranoid delusions. He went through those traumas, and he went over and became a Buddhist monk for 7 years. And he disappeared, and he arrives here not being someone. Come on, everybody, let's turn up in here. Let's get this party started. Let's get some big W's in the chat. Let's get those donations coming in, those W donations. Come on, everybody, put your fingers to work. Dream Tooth, put your fingers to work. M Lucky, put your fingers to work. Liminal, put your fingers to work. Abhijit, put your fingers to work. Critical Yoshi, put your fingers to work. Kai Rasa, put your fingers to work. Come on, everybody. Come on, Milad. Let's get those W's in the chat. Come on, everybody. W send, W send, W send, W send, W send. Come on, everybody. Thank you, Wickman. Come on, astronaut. Put those W's to work. Come on, everybody. Big W's in the chat. Let's go above and beyond today. Big W's in the chat, everybody. Big W's in the chat. Honestly, if people knew where I came from, what I've gone through, the person that I used to be, and the non-person that I have access to now, they'd really be surprised. It's really a success story. It truly is a success story. I'm not perfect, but the little clay teapot, the most recent little clay teapot, I think it disappeared in Bodh Gaya. It was a whole situation. I was going around, where's my teapot? Where's my teapot? And I think the teapot disappeared, but the tea was found. Maybe it broke. But what would happen, what would happen is that I'd prepare tea and then I'd leave that tea as it was, and then somebody would come along and chip 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 and things would happen. So being genuine means being generous. Being genuine means being generous. It's not appropriate for me to be nude at this time. Actually, I'm not against being nude. I've been nude in many ways in my life, but it's not appropriate to be that way now. Which is not good or bad. It's not right or wrong. We don't have to drop the spiritual idealism. Being sincere is a lot like trying to help. It's a very big problem. So be generous. If you're trying to help, let's say, for example, we have somebody sick, and who knows what kind of interpersonal, transactional, emotional baggage, societal baggage is going along with it. But let's say that we have somebody who's sick. And let's look at two ways of approaching, and you're trying to support that person. The first way is that you're trying to help and you're trying to be sincere and you're trying to resolve that situation with that person. And you're going into their room and you're asking them, tell me, we need to talk about this. We need to figure this out. And all the while, you're carrying the food that's going to feed that sick person because they don't have anyone else to prepare food for them. So you're carrying this food. Come on, you've got to tell me what's going on. Where's the sickness? What do you think about me? I'm just trying to help. I'm just trying to help. Let me help you. Let me help you out with this. So that's one way, being sincere and trying to help. The other way, regardless of all of the interpersonal baggage, etc., is you creating an offering on a platter. Let's say a big platter, a platter like this. That person's in the room sick. They're sick from head to toe. And you make a platter, a big platter with fruits and foods, and you've put a lot of consideration, you've put a lot of health and wealth into this offering that you're making. And then you go to that person's room, you knock on the door, you open it up, regardless of all the interpersonal baggage and emotions and thinking and story about your relationship in the situation. You open up that door, they're sick in bed, mentally sick and physically sick, and you kneel down and you put the food on the table and you get up and you get the fuck out of there. That's called generosity. And what we need in this world is not more people trying to help and being sincere and being honest and being right. Because being sincere and being genuine and trying to help oftentimes is just a way to cover up an attachment to being right. Learn to make offering, learn to practice generosity, learn to give and step back. That's what this world needs. That's what I need. That's what you need. That's what everybody needs. Now, please excuse me for a moment. May that donation bring a wave of donations. 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 May that donation bring a wave of Ooh. Let's get those W's flowing in the chat, everybody. Let's get some W's in the chat for this wave of donations that's flowing. Wave of donations that's flowing. Come on, everybody. W's in the chat. Give, give, give. Don't be scared. Everything's okay. Hello? Who are we speaking with here?
My name is Rabagul from the John Ministry. I have a question for you. One question.
What do you mean, Rabagul from the Dromjong Ministry? What is that?
That is my name. That is my name.
Your name has from Dromjong Ministry in it?
Drong is my name, sir. Are you?
So hold
But
on.
besides the
Can
point,
you say
I know
your?
you're enlightened.
Can you say
I
your?
know you're enlightened, Mr. Monk.
Hold on. Before
one
we get
question.
to who's enlightened and who's not, can you introduce yourself a little bit? We're not in a hurry here. There's no rush here. So please take a moment to introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Zhang from the Zhang Ministry.
So
Do you believe
you're calling in.
9/11
Hold on from a
was an
sec.
accident, sir?
Hold on.
I have a question.
Hold on before we get into any questions, okay? You are calling in from the ministry of yourself.
It is my great.
Hold
great,
on.
Great,
Hold
great,
on.
Great,
I want you to be
great,
clear about this.
Grandfather's
Are you calling in from
ministry.
And what was your grandfather involved with? Christianity or Buddhism or what? What country are you from?
It was Buddhism. I come from the country of Uruguay. Uruguay.
Now, what are you going to do about the attachment that you have to thoughts that happen in your mind? What are you going to do about that?
Express it to you, sir.
No.
That is
I
why
didn't
I
ask about a
have a
specific
question.
thought. I didn't ask about a specific thought. I'm asking you specifically, what are you going to do about the attachment to thoughts that happen in your mind? What are you going to do about
Sir,
that?
I have a question for you first.
Well, I'm going to ask you the question first because you called me. So
I already asked it first.
please answer the question that's been given before asking a question.
Okay.
What are you going to do
What's the
about the
question?
thoughts that appear in your mind that you attach to? Now, I want to draw attention to something first. I've repeated this question. I've repeated this question twice. Hold on. I want to be clear about something. I want to be clear about something before you say another thing. I want to be clear about something before you say another thing. I've got your number, buddy. I've got your number, buddy. You called in. I've got your number, buddy. I've got your number, buddy. You're not going to come and take over this mind. You're not going to come over and intimidate me. You're not going to intimidate me. You're not going to control me. You're not going to tell me what to do with my life. You will not hold dominion over me. You will not hold dominion over me. You will never control me. You will never control me. You will never control me. I'm really grateful for this chance for all of us to be together. To be safe, to be aware, to be free. And while we're at it, can we get some big W's in the chat for the mighty YouTube algorithm gods deciding to platform this live stream and to share this live stream out with thousands of people? This is actually something that I always had kind of hoped for and had asked for from the universe in a certain way. And I just want to give some big W's and big appreciations for the fact that this live stream is being shared with thousands upon thousands of people naturally, without contrivance, without effort, just sharing out, just giving out, just meeting out. So I've put the link for those people who would like to make a donation. And it's also possible through that link to make to sign up for like a monthly donation. So you're invited to consider about that if you really get a lot of value from these teachings and these live streams. Everything here is supported on a donation basis and offered on a donation basis. I'd like to bring attention to someone here who's a little bit deluded, and I'm not talking about myself or everybody in general, but I'd like to bring attention to Duncan. So Duncan, you are not in a position of leadership here. You're not in a position of being someone to kind of make a decision about what's going on or to comment about what's going on. You're here as a student. You're here as someone who's taking refuge in these teachings. You should see me as a father. You should see me as an elder brother. You should see me as someone who's welcoming you to be here, but not to pretend that you're in some way in control here, or that in some way there's a need or there's a request for you to help out with other people understanding what's being said here. You have not been empowered, you have not been invited, you have not been given that position in any way whatsoever. So you're either here to listen and to learn and to practice, or you're just here to perpetuate your own ego. And I'd rather if you didn't do that. So I will be the one who understands. I will be the one who teaches. I will be the one who sits in the high seat and teaches about non-duality and Dharma and Buddhism. I will be the person who answers people's questions. I will be the person who receives donations. I will be the person who makes consideration about how to help someone. Period. That's not to say that it's impossible for someone to be empowered or someone to be put in a position of teaching here that's not me. I'm not saying that. But what I am saying is that you are not being put in that position. There's a context here. There's a context that's built on consent. So if you don't consent, if you don't want to be here, if you don't want me to be a teacher, etc., then just go, just leave. You're free to go, just like you're free to be here. Not complicated, not confusing, not convoluted. Not contrived. Oh, it's okay, Duncan. If I didn't think that you could receive this message, I probably wouldn't try to give it. Yeah, I know that you're sincere and that I know you're here to practice and you're serious about this stuff, but there's being tangled up and then there's unnecessarily getting tangled up. So just don't practice to unnecessarily be tangled up here. I've been at monasteries, I've been at meditation centers, I've been at intensive retreats where there's one person teaching to hundreds, to thousands. So I know about this kind of stuff. I know about the responsibility of being a teacher. I've taught meditation to thousands of people, to hundreds of people at one time before. I've sat in front of, on the high seat in front of the Buddha, many, many people who are just there to listen and to learn and to practice and to receive what's being offered. So I'm here to help you not need to be unnecessarily confused. To not waste energy. Money is a lot less useful than people think that it is. What am I going to do? Use money to buy the new iPhone? Use money to buy a silver Cuban link chain? I already have a neck, it doesn't need a chain. I already have an iPhone, I don't need another one. And not to speak of these extra things that we add on to our direct experience. But right now, don't you already have everything you need? So instead of you focusing on getting more or adding more to this experience, let the fullness of what is already here shine. Let the completeness of what is already here make itself evident to you. This is complete. This is finished. This is resolved. You and me may not be finished on our journey of enlightenment, but this, the field of Nibbana, the original mind, our true mind, our Buddha nature, is already finished, already complete, already resolved, in a way that is even beyond resolution or non-resolution. Can you message me on WhatsApp or just send me a text message, Nick, on the phone number? Yeah, so just send me a text message on the phone number and I'll send you a link, Nick. Even if it's not through WhatsApp, I can receive text messages on that number. But I cannot receive calls through that number unless it's on WhatsApp. I am just as psychotic as the clouds in the sky. So many things we think about just don't matter. They're just not important. They're just not helpful or useful or practical. So it's a lot more practical, Jonathan C., to know how to let go of thoughts than it is to hold on to them or try to figure them out. Be willing to not think. Be willing to drop thoughts. Be willing to end thoughts. Be willing to stop thoughts. Be willing to realize, to recognize awareness that's not about thinking. John, there is aggression in you. There's anger in you. There's frustration in you. There's confusion in you. You have to recognize that. You can't just keep pretending. I know that you want attention. Know that you want to feel something. You want to experience something. You want to think about something. But this is not about thinking about anything. This is not about having ideas about anything. This is not about holding on to thoughts or arguing about thoughts, but just allowing awareness to permeate throughout the body and mind. Let the awareness go through the body and mind. Let the awareness that doesn't depend on thoughts about things to go throughout the body and mind. Dear friends, we have been going live for a little bit more than an hour and a half, maybe close to 2 hours, and we have already almost reached 100 likes. So please, if you haven't already, leave a like. There's also a chance and an opportunity to make a donation, to call in, to offer some kind of support or to share your experience in some way. And this is something, if anything is to be taken very seriously, then this is the thing to take very seriously. Not to create a belief system, not to create a religion, but to be free from thoughts. Indonesia calling in. No, we're not here to discuss Christianity, Jonathan. This is not a Charlie Kirk prove me wrong stage. There is no debate allowed here. Even discussion is generally outlawed. So we're not here to play any kind of games of debate or getting our point across or convincing anyone of anything. We're not playing that game here. We're not playing that game here. It's not your business what I'm here to do. Just listen, and you will hear what is being said, instead of only hearing your own thoughts about what is being said. You will be able to experience and receive the mind of awareness. Nagi, I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. 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 I was really and actually and truly a Buddhist monk for 7 years. Karma is just cause and effect. It doesn't matter why I stopped. It doesn't matter why I have a stomach ache. It doesn't matter why you see or why you hear. You can't understand the why. You can't understand the subtleties of cause and effect. Let go of trying to understand. Let go of trying to think through this. This cannot be thought through. You cannot think through this. Flawed diamond, you're just another idiot pretending to take something seriously that you don't take seriously, pretending to give your attention to something that you're not giving your attention to, pretending to be genuine when you are lost in a sea of disingenuousness. Stop pretending, stop bullshitting, Stop trying to debate about something that you don't even know about and something that you're probably not even interested in. Those people who aren't interested to learn, who are just here to pretend and bullshit and be disingenuous, those people can go the fuck home and get out of here. This is not a place for your pretending bullshit disingenuousness. If you want to be real, you can be real here. But you don't know Buddha. You only know your own ego. Fine weather. Do not overstep the teacher. I'll be the one who's calling other people stupid. You don't have to do that. Stop pretending to know who I am. Stop pretending to know what this is. Stop pretending to be psychic. Stop pretending to understand other people's minds. Stop telling a story about this experience. You are not in a position to tell a story about this experience. No story. Just awareness. No story. Just awareness. No story, just awareness. Nice to meet you, Flawed Diamond. Welcome. Welcome home. Welcome home. I have arrived. I am home. In the here and in the now. I have arrived. I am home. In the here and in the now. Hayawana weawa. Hayawana weawa. Hayawaya weana. Heowa he neowa. Hayawana weawa. Hayawana weawa. Hayawana weawa. Hey meowa. Shut up, Jonathan, and get your ass out of here with your dumb Christianity. You want to be a real Christian? Be a Catholic. Your aggression has no place here, Flawed Diamond. Because although you know about diamonds, you didn't realize that I am rubber and you are glue. Whatever you say bounces off of me and sticks back to you. Hayawana weawa. Hayawana weawa. Hey weawa naya hey. I enjoy kicking ass and not having a name without needing to reject names. I am nameless. Without needing to reject thoughts, I am thoughtless. Without needing to get rid of opinions, I am free of them. Haya Nayoweawa. Marissa, We are all waiting for your big donation. When you get what you give, you will give what you get. Hayawana weawa. Hayawea nayana. Hey neowa. Come on, let's go to the promised land. Let's go. Hey o ayana, hey o ya, hey o ayana, hey o ya, hey anaya weowa, hey neowa. You know, one of the first experiences that I had with spirituality was actually Native American church peyote meetings. Can you imagine that? Oh, Hoggy. Hi, Hoggy. Nice to meet you. Hoggy? Can you hear me?
Yes, I'm hearing you.
Okay, so why don't you introduce yourself and share a little bit about your experience with spirituality and how you've come across these teachings and all that kind of stuff.
Okay, so I was today and I came across your channel, and I'm not sure, I don't remember exactly what it was. I think I've referenced it before.
Hoggy, are you on speakerphone?
No, I'm just talking on the regular.
Maybe try to go. Yeah, the sound is just very distorted. Maybe try to go on speakerphone, see if that helps it.
Is that better?
Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I was just scrolling one day and came across your channel, and I think I've mentioned a couple of times, and I donated yesterday, so I feel like it might be okay to ask you a question. But I just noticed to be quite honest, I wasn't looking for any sort of Buddha teachings. I wasn't looking for any sort of enlightenment because that's not my religion. But when I saw you, I felt really compelled by what I was watching. And then I started feeling guilty because I didn't know if you would think that's okay. If you would think it's okay for me to be here and not be seeking enlightenment. So I'm really calling just to ask your permission, really. Is it okay for me to watch, not to be enlightened, but just because I'm interested in you and how you interact with your students?
Yes, that's okay, but you have to, that's a situation where you have to stay in the pay to play. So we don't have the time and space for delinquents to hang around and take up the energy. So we've got a few options for people to be here. We can have people to be here as practitioners, or we can have people to be here as listening deeply or sharing deeply. So as much as you can be in line with that, then you're very welcome and appreciated here. Making a donation doesn't just mean like you're buying something or you're sending me money or something like that, but it's the way that we share our experience, like how you're sharing your experience right now. And when we share like that, there's more space for us to listen deeply and to actually receive what's being shared or experience what's actually happening. So there's a very famous story of a Zen master and a professor. So like a Buddhist monk, meditation master, and a professor. And the professor left the university in Tokyo to go to the monastery in Japan to see this Zen monk master. And so they sit down to have tea together. And the professor just immediately starts asking all these questions as the Zen master is preparing the tea. And the professor is going on and on. The professor is really curious about Buddhism and Zen and just kind of wants to find out what the Zen master thinks about things. And so at the point where the Zen master is beginning to pour the tea into the cup that the professor is holding, the Zen master pours the tea, and eventually it fills up to the top and it begins overflowing. And it overflows and actually burns the hand of the professor. And so the professor says, hey, because Japanese people are very formal. They're very traditional, right? So there's standards of conduct and how you interact. So the professor was very taken aback. Professor said, hey, what are you doing? And the Zen master said, a cup that is full cannot receive any more. Firstly, you must empty your cup. Then you can receive what I have to share. So that's the important message. And the other aspect is that may be difficult to sustain, that understanding of self-sacrifice or emptying our mind, right? So in terms of people being here, they should be here as someone who's willing to practice or someone who's willing to support in some way, so that we can avoid these weird ideas of like interpersonal relationships, which can be very confusing and problematic, like women falling in love with me, or men who think that their intellectual experience is equal to mine when it comes to the topics that we're talking about. So it's really to create a context where people take this seriously and see that this is not something that belongs to them, but rather this is an opportunity to listen deeply and to share deeply, period.
Okay. I just wanted to have your permission to watch because I promise I won't fall in love with you, but I just wanted to have your permission to be here. So
everyone is welcome to be here. Everyone has a permission to be here. It's just in terms of being involved, we should hold ourselves accountable to this way of listening deeply and sharing deeply, so that we can be supported deeply. And we can support others deeply instead of just going around in circles of our contractions. So that's why the generosity is so important.
Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Rob. I appreciate it.
All right. Take care, dear. Bye-bye.
Bye.
A new friend, Hoggy Sloan. A new donor, a new supporter, helping to build up the temple and the monastery of the monk life meditation community. No, that kind of relationship or that kind of dynamic is fully welcome and accepted here. There's nothing wrong with that way of approach and that way of being in this space. You don't have to do anything to be here. You certainly don't have to leave a comment or engage in some way to be here. But that is already. That's boilerplate, that's foundational. She was kind of ugly. I still don't like that name. And don't you dare tell what other people what to do here. So we're moving in between different perspectives, right? Different experiences. There's a perspective of someone seeing this and someone going through this, like she was kind of ugly, may go through the perspective of someone who was just talked to, right? We have access to that perspective. It's not just she was kinda who has this perspective, but it's also me and you who can take on that perspective. We can imagine what it's like to receive from that person's side. But another perspective is the perspective of not someone. The perspective of just being aware of what's happening, not someone who's being aware of what's happening. So the Dharma teacher or Dr. Rob's job is to kind of facilitate us to go through these dimensions without clinging to either dimension, so that we can enter into the dimension of non-clinging, even to the dimension of non-clinging. So the relative and the absolute, the total and the zero, the one and the zero. Two is unacceptable, but is also to be made use of. That's why I'm not shy to say, if you're someone who's coming here and you're of means, you're a somewhat wealthy man or a somewhat wealthy woman, and you come here and you watch and you consume and you listen to this content and this sharing again and again, how dare you do that without considering to make an offering? You eat up our food, you drink up our liquids, you take in the teachings, but you don't dare to give and support. So anyways, I'd like to hear your understanding about that. I'm curious about people's perspective and understanding about that. People who are in that situation, not the unwashed masses' perspectives. Just like we take from the earth, we take from the sky, we take, and what do we give back? Our desire, our fear, our greed, our nonsense, non-practical, complicated thinking. Well, it's no wonder the earth is falling apart, or certainly is much less well taken care of than it could be. You don't have to be a neuroscientist to know that or to understand that. All right, that's the kind of spirit I like to hear of, Marissa. That's one of the things I always tell some of the children that I make friends with, especially when they come from the Buddhist families. I say, hey, you don't forget about me when you're older. This is mostly when I was a monk. You're going to build me a big temple, right? A big meditation center. When you're older, when you become a doctor. And you do have monks who live in a particular place for so long that they're in the role of a parent. They watch a young person grow up to be an adult, you know, and then that adult is active in supporting that temple and that monastery. We could try to call Mr. Whale. It's not a bad idea. He doesn't have a phone, but may be able to call someone who does. Blast Daddy, what are you talking about? Honestly, what are you talking about? What are you trying to say, Blast Daddy? Or are you just talking out of your butt? This is the question that I'd ask to a lot of people. What in your lived experiences would lead you to believe that you're in a position to identify a chump or an idiot? What kind of meaningful experiences have you had in your life? What kind of mentors or teachers have you followed or studied under in your life? Well, I went to the gas station yesterday and I wiped my ass and I ate fried chicken and had a few beers, so I should as well know who's a chump and who's not. Does that really make sense? So you have to question, what is my background of experience? What is my depth of experience? What am I experienced with? And a lot of people are not particularly experienced with anything besides greed, anger, non-practical, complicated thinking, etc. And that's not a very high bar to live up to, Blast Daddy. Don't come in here and front and bluff. Be ready to be challenged. Be ready to be ready to have a conversation. The Guru of present moment breathing. Can you listen to the Guru? Can you listen to the teacher? Or are you just lost in your own ego? And to be unlost in that ego, we have to get up. Okay, Blast Daddy, I understand you have a low IQ. You don't need to advertise it here. You know, what are we supposed to do with these people? Throw them off a cliff? Are we supposed to send them to re-education camps? If they can be educated, why not forcefully send them to a re-education camp? As long as it's informed by wisdom and compassion. Be honest, Blast Daddy, you're a dunce. You're here showing your rear end. There's no two ways about it. I'm an American. I'm from America. In America, we know what it means to be a man and what it means to talk face to face. We don't go throwing words around like punk. Them is fighting words. And I'm a man who stands behind what I say. I'm a man who's ready to move forward. If I'm focused on something, if I'm interested in something, I'm ready to talk about the thing that I'm interested in. I'm willing to be genuine and generous and sincere. What am I supposed to be upset that people just keep scrolling past this and people don't take this seriously? Or am I supposed to be upset that people aren't really interested in Buddhism or spirituality? I just have to accept that. I can only act like a crazy person for so long before I come back to center. And being at center or being at where or being meditative is not something that a lot of people are really interested in. Maybe if I had some singing bowls and some colored lights and I had a long beard and a big, thing, or I was doing ASMR or something like that, then more people would stick around and stay tuned. But that's not the way that it is. So I just have to accept this. I have to accept my low position. La cucaracha, la cucaracha, la di da di da di da. La cucaracha, la cucaracha, la di da di da di da. Don't think about how your life would be better. Learn to better your life. Learn to generate happiness. Smile. Not just to put on a smile for some reason, to convince people of something, or because you're supposed to smile. Smile at yourself. Generate happiness. Generate appreciation of awareness, of life as it is right now. Breathe in. Breathing is a reason to be happy. Seeing is a reason to be happy. Hearing is a reason to be happy. I'm not saying we're going to become Teletubbies and live up to this all the time. Sometimes our shit stinks. Life sucks. But we can also know about cultivating happiness, to gladden the mind, to lessen our load. Because we're stressed, we're frustrated, we're worried about things, we're depressed, we're anxious, and we're unwilling to listen to a teacher, we're unwilling to be helped, we're unwilling to be supported. So generate happiness and clear out that unwillingness, to transform it into openness. You can engage, just don't debate. Yeah, well, we've shed a lot of leaves. I'm kind of like an anime character in some way. I'm also looking for a great challenge. Not so much. My life is challenging enough, but I like that idea. I love that idea. Somebody comes in, another young man or an older man, and they're a real Buddhist, and they're a real teacher, and they really know about this stuff, and they come and they take a stand. How dare I deceive these people? How dare I prop myself up in this way? How dare I claim to be adjacent to the Dhamma and the teachings of Buddha? And to come and to challenge and to come and speak up and to speak forth and to debate. They're not going to be able to debate, but to speak forth and step forward, to call me out, to pull my card. But they never come. Oh well. I guess I'll just have to appreciate the clouds. Shall we do a song, a sing-along? Some of you should know this song, surely. And this is an American song. I'm an American, and I'm a prideful American, so let's go ahead and sing along. I don't know if this is going to work, but we'll try it. I've been selling my soul, working all day, overtime hours for bullshit pay, so I can sit out here and waste my life away, drag back home and down my troubles away. It's a damn shame what the world's gotten to for people like me, people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an old soul. This man north of Richmond all knows they will just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, that your dollar ain't shit, and it stacks to no end. 'Cause a rich man, north of Richmond. I wish politicians would look out for miners instead of miners on an island somewhere. Or we got folks in the street, they ain't got nothing to eat, and the obese milking welfare. But God, if you're 5'3" and you're 300 pounds, taxes ought not to pay for your bags of fudge rounds. Young men are putting themselves six in the ground about suicide. All country does is keep on kicking them down. Lord, it's what the world's gotten to for people like me and people like you. Wish I could just wake up and it not be true, but it is. Oh, it is living in the new world with an old soul. The rich men nor the rich men, Lord knows they all just want to have total control. Want to know what you think, want to know what you do, and they don't think you know, but I know that you do, cause your dollar ain't shit, and it's taxed to no end, cause a rich man nor the rich man. I've been selling my soul, working all day for overdone hours and for bullshit pay. Some of that song I'm not able to transmute into Dhammic allegory, and when you can't do that, you just go right into the sounds themselves. There is no dollar, there is no tax, there is no beginning and no end. Don't take what you think seriously. Count them out, everybody. That's one. The best thing about exercising is that you don't have to do it. I'd like to thank an anonymous donor, Jeffrey, who made a donation through PayPal. Thank you very much, Jeffrey. Jin Watsu? That's my good friend. What does my energy tell you, Jin Watsu? Am I enlightened or unenlightened? What stage of enlightenment do I have? Tell me, Jin Watsu, what stage of enlightenment do I have? What stage of enlightenment do I have, everybody? Wow. Let's get some big W's in the chat for Jin Watsu. That's what I like to hear. Fall. Let your thoughts fall. Let everything fall. As if you picked something up. As if you were holding on to something and it fell. Let all thoughts fall. Let all of your thoughts and your faults and your thoughts fall. Let thoughts drop. I don't know what I'm doing, but it feels good. You might want to try it. Same hand positions. Same movement of the body. Stand up and let things fall. You're here, you're watching, so why don't you try to do what I'm doing? I don't know what I'm doing. I don't need to know what I'm doing to know that it feels good, to know that it feels free. What am I looking at? I'm looking at myself, looking at things, and then going back to the looking itself. Thinking about what I hear and then going back to the hearing itself. The hearing of not hearing. The seeing of not seeing. The alphabet of no alphabet. The sound of no sound. The sight of no sight. The smell of no smell. The feeling of no feeling. Go back. Return. 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 Can you feel my energy? Don't just feel it, practice it. It's not about if you deserve this, or if I deserve this, or if I deserve to be helped, or if I deserve to be harmed. It's not about deserving to become enlightened. It's not about deserving to be unenlightened. Just give, just do. Not about thinking, not about thoughts, not about ideas, not about stories, not about identity. not being about anything that's just been said or pointed to. Don't focus on what it looks like. Don't focus on what it sounds like. Don't focus on not focusing. Don't look for some outcome. Don't look for some result. Don't think about not thinking or thoughts that have happened. Don't think about not thinking or thoughts that have happened. Don't think about not thinking or thoughts that have not happened. Don't think about thoughts that have not happened. This is a confrontation. This is a battle. This is a fight. A fight to give. A fight to give the ending. A fight to give the forgiveness. A fight to remember the ending of awareness that has never begun nor will never end. The awareness that is not a thing. The place that has no place. The person that is lacking personhood. The seeing that is lacking things that are seen. The hearing that is lacking things that are heard. The thought that is lacking the thought itself. The thought that is self-dissipating. The awareness that is neither arising nor passing away. The awareness that does not believe. The awareness that does not think. The awareness that does not have a body. The awareness that does not have a mind. The awareness that is free from having and free from free. Nothing in life is more expensive than generosity. So be a baller. Be a wealthy man. Be a wealthy woman. Give and remember the awareness that's not about anything. Give and remember the person that is not someone. Give and remember the place that is not somewhere. Don't just give your money. Don't just donate money to me. Give me your whole body. Give me your whole mind. Give me your whole life. Give me everything. Give everything. Give the whole body and mind. Give the whole environment. Give the whole past. Give the whole future. Give everything. Donate everything. Offer everything. Give out everything. Give out the giving. Pure shrimp baze, kankao baze, tuira wanda bade. make a donation. Please make an offering. Please 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 make a donation. Please make an offering. Hold the hands that hold nothing. Give the hands that are empty. Give the hands that give. Give the hands that give. Beyond thinking, beyond not thinking, beyond itself. Give the thought of no thinking. Please make a donation. Please make an offering. Please give. Please make a donation. Please make an offering. Please give. Please make an offering. Please make a donation. Please give. Please give. Please make an offering. Please make a donation. Please give. Give out. Give ending. Give ending to thinking. Give ending to thinking. Give out the ending of thoughts. Give out the uninvolvement with thoughts. Give out the ending of thoughts. Me too, Mickey, me too. Good question, Jerry. just sit there. Don't just watch. Don't just listen. Please make a donation. Please make an offering. Please give. Bozai Wanzim 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 Bozai. Please make a donation. Please make an offering. Please give. If you don't know how to give, practice the way of monkey see, monkey do. Left foot, right foot, hands open, hands widened out, shoulders relaxed. Body open, mind open, heart open. Give out. Give out the constriction in the body. Give out the fixation on thinking. Give out the story of yourself. Give out the story of the world. Give the ending to everything. Give the ending that is not about ending itself. Give out the giving. Relax the face, relax the eyes, relax the jaw muscles, relax the sphincter. Relax the butt, relax the body, relax the mind, relax everything and give. Experience nothing. Give nothing. Give everything. Please make a donation. Please make an offering. Please give. Please make a substantial donation. Please make a substantial offering. Please give. Give more than you are comfortable with. Give more than you understand. Give more than the pennies and quarters of thinking. Give more than the roses of consideration. Give more than thoughts. Give more than the body. Give more than the mind. Give everything. Donate everything. Sacrifice everything. Renounce everything. Abandon everything. Give the renouncing. Give the abandoning. Give the giving itself. Give it all out. Stand up and give. Stand up and bless. Stand up and widen out the shoulders, widen out the eyes, widen out the ears, widen out the body, widen out the mind. Give out beyond your ego. Give out so much that your ego doesn't understand what's going on. Give out beyond your ego. Give out beyond your identity. Give out beyond your story of yourself. Give out beyond your story of others. Give out the giving itself. Give. Give out. Give out beyond giving. Listen to the listening without thinking about it, without adding on thoughts to the thoughts that have already been thought about. See the seeing without adding on to thoughts that have already been thought about the seeing. See through the thoughts about seeing. Hear through the thoughts about hearing. Feel through the thoughts about feeling. Beyond thinking, beyond thinking, beyond thinking, not based in thinking, not based in words, not based in stories, not based in ideas, not based in understanding, not based in being based in anything at all. Be the turkey in the oven of giving. Be stuffed full of giving. Shut up the judgment. Shut up the opinion. Shut up the like and dislike. Give out beyond the like and dislike. Give out beyond the thinking of what's being experienced. Know that you are a liar. Know that you are a liar. Know that you are a liar. Do not believe likes. Do not believe dislikes. Do not believe pleasantness. Do not believe unpleasantness. Do not believe neutrality. Do not believe anything. Do not believe any stories. Do not believe any words. Do not believe any sounds. Do not believe any feelings in the body. Do not believe anything at all. Give away believing. Give out believing. Give out beyond believing. See out beyond believing. Hear out beyond believing. Renounce believing. Renounce the story of believing in things. Renounce the idea. Give up, give out, give away the idea that you are someone who needs to believe in things. Give away, give out, renounce, drop, abandon the notion of you believing in things. Not about believing or not believing. Not about the not itself. Every word is just a knot. Every sensation is just a knot. Every sound is just a knot. Every sight is just a knot. Every thought is just a knot. To be untied, to be unraveled, to be released, to be forgiven, to be abandoned, to be given out. Untie the knot of thoughts through giving. Give out, give away, abandon, renounce, give out, give away the thoughts about the way that this world is. Give out and give away all ideas that you have ever had about the way that this world is. Give away thoughts of the world. Give away thoughts about yourself. Give away believing in things. Give away believing in stories. Give away believing in identities. Give away the idea that there is a real world that you know about. Give out everything. Look up, look out, look away. Beyond looking, look beyond looking, hear beyond hearing, feel beyond feeling. Not about words, not about phrases, not about sounds, not about sights, not about feelings, not about sensations. Not about stories. Please make an offering. Please give. Give out beyond your selfishness. Give out beyond your idea of this feels good and this feels bad. Give out beyond the body. Give out beyond the mind. Give out beyond the sense of the feeling in the chest. Give out beyond the likes and dislikes. Give out beyond the idea of yourself that needs to be protected. Give out beyond the idea of the people in the world that need to be supported. Give out beyond giving itself. Do not believe the juice in the chest. Do not believe the sensations in the chest. Do not follow along with desires and fears. Do not follow along with the desiring itself. Do not follow along with the fear itself. Do not follow along with the not following along itself. Please make donations. Please make offerings. Please make donations. Please make offerings. Please make donations. Please make offerings. Get up and give. Get up and give. Make substantial donations. Make substantial offerings. Give beyond your limits. Give beyond your capacities. Give beyond your identity. Give beyond your understanding. Give through YouTube. Give through TikTok. Give through PayPal. Give through the body. Give through the mind. Give through seeing. Give through hearing. Give through feeling. Give out beyond everything. Give everything. Give out beyond in and out. May we be forgiven. May we be forgiven for our desire to become enlightened. May we be forgiven for our desire to have pleasurable states of meditation. May we be forgiven for our desire towards wisdom, towards enlightenment. May we be forgiven for our desire to help others. May we be forgiven for our desire to help ourselves. May we be forgiven for our desire to become attained. May we be forgiven for our desire for other people to understand us. May we be forgiven for our desire to be seen. May we be forgiven for our desire to be heard. May we be forgiven. We ask for forgiveness for our desire to become enlightened. These desires block us. These desires entrench us. These desires confuse us. May we be forgiven for desire itself. May we be forgiven for our desire to understand in a hurry. May we be forgiven for our desire to experience things, to see things, to hear things, to feel things. May we be forgiven for our desire to experience. May we be forgiven for our desire to know, to understand. This is not on a loop. This is not a recording. This is not premeditated. This is live. This is unfolding. This is ungraspable. This is not understandable. Not even grasping the not grasping itself. Not even understanding the not understanding itself. Beyond the limits of our thoughts. Beyond the limits of our identities. Beyond the limits of our egos. Beyond everything. Beyond everyone. Beyond the beyond itself. Beyond knowing what we're doing. May we be forgiven for our desire to know what we're doing. May we be forgiven for our desire to know what is happening. May we allow unknowing to permeate the mind field. Through unknowing, may the mind field not be a mind field of affliction, of anger, of greed, of delusion. May we give in to awareness. May we give in to non-doing. May we give in to the allowance of non-becoming. May we receive the allowance of non-becoming. May we allow non-seeking. May we allow non-becoming. May we allow non-thinking. May we allow non-understanding. Now let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Big, big W's in the chat. Come on, everybody. Let's get the big W's in the chat. You TikTokers better go over to YouTube.
One
Bozal Bodhicitta Bozal Guanzim 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 Bozal Sim Bozal Guanzim 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 Bozal Sim Bozal Guanzim Bozal Guanzim Bozal Guanzim Bozal Guanzim Bozal Guanzim Bozal Bozal Guanzim 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 Bozal All right, everybody, we're going to take a short break and we'll be back in a few moments after a word from our sponsors.